All right. Welcome. Welcome Friday night, 9 o'clock, late shift. Welcome from North Texas. I did not expect to be in North Texas tonight. I expected to be in southern-ish Texas. I guess you call Galveston, South Texas. That's where I expected to be. And here I am in North Texas. I've got a bunch of my buddies down in South Texas. I feel like I've abandoned my crew. Man, but it's been that kind of day or two here, right? We've got all the crazy weather stuff going on. I had some crazy work stuff going on. We'll talk about that a little bit later, but I'm curious who else had to deal with the fallout of Microsoft's Office 365 issues. So that certainly caused me some pain. But cheers. We're here. We're going to make the best of it. No sense whining about it, right? The good news is I'm not trying to do a really limited stream. I've got all my stuff here. I can do whatever we need to do. Not that I've got a plan, because I was not expecting to be here. I really thought we'd be having just kind of a rag chew tonight, and that may be where we end up. But who knows? Who knows where we go? Those of you who've been around here a little while, you know that we don't always end up where we start or where we intend from the start. Hey, Bill. Good to see you out there. Frank, good to see you out there. Nice to see a bunch of folks in green. Those are the channel members. Welcome, Wes. Ed, good to see you out there. I saw Tim out there earlier. Kelly out there earlier. Pepe, good to see you out there. Nice to see that Swiss flag flying here in the stream. Thanks for joining. And Adventures in Blind Videography, welcome. Great to have you here tonight. Yeah, I did not expect to be here. It's and we'll whine about the weather. We've got all kinds of time to do that tonight, so I'm sure we will. I am curious, right? My original plan was to head out of town on Thursday late afternoon. And so, I had a bunch of stuff to get ready here at the house. We're, supposed to get this storm, and, maybe it's going to be really bad, but hey, we're Texans, right? We're hardy people. We can deal with that kind of thing. And my better half here at the ranch was more than willing to bite off the chores for the weekend, the frigid weekend. It's one thing whenever it's cold and you can stay in and hang out on the couch, but it's another thing when you've got a bunch of live animals out there that you got to tend to through some of this garbage. Rob had said earlier, I think it was the first comment on the stream, no, dear, I'm not going outside this weekend, said no farmer ever. Isn't that the truth? So when you've got animals, you gotta do the thing. So we're certainly not going to be able to avoid all the bad and nasty weather. But the good news is I'll be here to share in all the chores and all that good stuff. So I am happy about that. And you know what? It's been crazy here. We've seen things in the various weather apps that say we're going to get 15 inches of snow, 2 inches of snow, half an inch of snow, and it's all over the board. I think the reality is the weather people are, they're just kind of, like you do as kids, you go out, you grab some grass, throw it in the air, you see which way the wind blows. I'm convinced that meteorology is not much more sophisticated than that. But like I said, hey, let's make the best of it. And I am curious how everybody else is doing. You know, I know we're just kind of on the leading edge of this. I think here they're talking about maybe 3 a.m. Well, I don't think we're going that late, but hey, you never know. Maybe we'll get to see some of that stuff firsthand. But, you know, I did a bunch of preparation, trying to get some stuff ready. I'm sure you guys all did as well. One of the posts that I put up on YouTube was making sure I was topping off all my EcoFlow batteries. So I've got a few EcoFlow battery systems. We've got one sized up so that we can plug the refrigerator into it. We've got another smaller one that we can use for less critical things like TVs and you know, those types of things. I also have another smaller EcoFlow that's on my wireless router, those types of things. So we topped all those things off, brought a bunch of firewood in, and loaded up the back porch with firewood in case we lose electricity and heat. We'll be able to get the fireplace going. We went out, got some extra hay, put some tarps up, you know, some windbreaks, some tarps up. You know, I think the temperature is supposed to get somewhere around 9, right? Throw the grass in the air. We'll find out later. But maybe 9 degrees, and they're saying a wind chill of -2. And for Texas, you know, that's like -20 in Minneapolis, I'd say. So we're just not used to dealing with those kinds of temperatures. And our infrastructure and our services are certainly not up to the task in terms of clearing roads, dealing with ice, all of those different types of things. Wes, how's your TinyGS station performing? Hey, you know what? That's a good topic. I actually, you know what? Let me I'm gonna open a browser window on that so I don't forget it. We'll come back to that, but that does make me want to go ahead and kick off our program here a little bit. We're going to jump right into the this and that stuff. I've got something related to that, so that's what's got me thinking about that. But let's go ahead and pull up the this and that. We'll zip through that real quick. We're going to mix stuff up tonight. We'll do stuff in all kinds of different order, I do believe. Like I said, I don't really have a great plan. We're running from the seat of our pants tonight. Hey, the first thing I saw out there that I wanted to share is I think this was the first time I saw the 2026 logo for Hamvention. It's at least the first that I recall. So I don't know if everybody else has seen this, so I wanted to share this out there. Make sure you guys have seen that. I think that looks pretty good. You know, so we'll have some t-shirt options and sweatshirts and those kinds of things out there this year. That's a good looking logo. I think that looks real good. This is what I was talking about. This is the image I sent out in my post, right? I was topping off some of the EcoFlows, making sure those were ready to go. And you know what? Those things are incredible. You know, they've got LiFePO batteries in them, of course. And, you know, I'll get them out, I don't know, a couple of times a year. It's like whenever I think about it, right? Or whenever we're supposed to have bad weather or something's, you know, supposed to be happening, some sort of imminent potential weather issue or outage, I'll always plug them in and top them off And I swear, these things are always at 99 or 100%, right? These things do, LifePo does just a phenomenal job at not losing a charge when it's just sitting and inactive. So I plugged these all in. They were like ready to go. I didn't even have to plug them in, but I did anyhow. So, but it's just part of the process, right? It's kind of walking down the list. Here's all the different things that you want to make sure you're ready for, and topping off all your batteries fits in that category. Now, one of the other items, and I see we got Eric in the chat tonight. Hey, Eric, I pulled one of your posts again, and this one I thought was really interesting, and maybe what I should do. Let's see here. Maybe what I should do is see if I can bring it up. We'll see if I can bring it up here quickly so folks can see it. But basically, what it says is, hey, I had one board, and I can't remember which one it was. That's why I want to bring it up here. I had one board deployed for my TinyGS, and I swapped it out with a Heltec, and, I went from, kind of weak performance to awesome performance just by swapping out the board itself. So I'm just trying to see if I can find Eric's. Yeah, here we go. Oh, this, I hate that. This guy's giving me trouble because I'm not logged in. But let's see. I'm sure. Let me find. I've got another way to look at this. Like I said, I really wasn't. I thought we'd maybe talk about this next week. So he was in a LilyGo T3, and he swapped it out for the Heltec V3, and he was getting about 50 packets a day. And the Heltec decoded 165 packets in the first 5 hours with no other hardware changes. So huge difference, right? Huge difference, over 3 times the improvement. That's crazy. And I responded to his tweet. Boy, it really makes me wonder how other boards might perform. So that might be something to revisit. Let's see here. Lucas, welcome. Nice to have you out in the chat. Yeah, Bill, Bill and I had a little exchange via text earlier in the week, and it was a little funny. It was we were both kind of commiserating over how we don't always necessarily know what we've got in our shacks, what we've maybe purchased in the past or have sitting around. But yeah, it was good to see that Bill got his Heltec going. I haven't had a chance to go pull his up. We'll do some of that stuff tonight. Why not? Wild Radio, welcome. Yeah, certainly the Heltec seems like the winner, at least over the LilyGo. Certainly. Let's see what else. I think I've got one more here. I do, and this is another one that I can't read on my stream or on my screen. I am hoping you guys can read it on yours. I've got to do a better job at formatting these, I believe. But this one here was talking about a newly activated FM voice repeater on a satellite RS95S or QMR QWT2. And so this is a very recently activated voice repeater. that I wanted to make sure folks were aware of. So add that one to your ISS detector. I went out, I found it. I was able to add it. You're going to find it under RS95S. That's where you're going to find it. There is a QMR QWT period out there. That's not the one we're talking about. We're talking about QMR KWT-2, but you'll find it under RS95S. So check that out. I haven't had a chance to make a contact on that satellite yet. But you know, and I doubt that I will this weekend, but maybe toward the end of next week I'll have a chance. Yeah, Tim, I'm glad you said that. And I am tardy yet, but Tim has revved or updated. Here, let me switch. Let me switch over. It's time to switch over to this anyhow. All right, let's see here. There we go. There's Eric's X page. If you guys aren't following Eric, make sure you give him a follow. He's really good about posting his exploits and things that he's got going on. So certainly a good follow. I mean, you guys see I'll often pull things from his feed and highlight it here in the live stream. So, but out here on the and this is, I'm going to go backwards a little bit, and we're going to go out of sorts here just a little bit. So this is my link tree, right? And you've got the URL on the screen now. And this is just where I list all kinds of links and merchandise and discount codes, affiliate links. This is a brand new discount code. Earlier in the week, I sent out a newsletter, one I hadn't sent out for a couple of months, but I got one out here this past week. And I mentioned that a Rack Wireless discount code was imminent. Between then and now, we got that squared away. So worked with the good folks over at Rack Wireless, and this is the code, Rack WMBX Rob 10. That's a mouthful, right? I've made it easy for you though. If you want to come over here and then you just click on the Let's Go, I'll open that in a new tab. That'll preload the discount code for you. Now, it's not good for everything on the Rack site, but it's good for everything that's Meshtastic related, a lot of stuff that's otherwise LoRa related. Hey, you see this banner up here at the top, the WizMesh 1 watt booster starter kit? I've got one of those inbound, and we're going to check that thing out, right? If you think about your standard Meshtastic device, it is a 22 dB device. So that's less than half a watt. This is a 1 watt or 30 dB device. So just think about what kind of fun we can have with all that extra power. So we're going to play around with that when it gets in. But if you take any of these Meshtastic items, add them to your cart, you'll see it auto preloads the discount for you, and that will get applied. All right, so I wanted to make sure everybody was aware of that. Take advantage of that if you're buying any Rack stuff. They've got a lot of good stuff. But yeah, sorry, squirrel. What I was trying to do is get to the bottom of this page, because I've got a couple of downloads out here. One is in a JPEG format and the other is in a spreadsheet format. That's a Microsoft Windows spreadsheet format, but you'd be able to load that up in Sheets as well. But these are radio frequency guides, satellite radio frequency guides for the current satellites that are operational today, and that's put together by a friend of the channel, EOD Kaboom, who's in the chat. And I was teasing him. I was teasing Tim when he first put this out here. I said, Tim, thanks for doing this, but now just keep in mind, you've got to. I saw your note there. We'll come back to that, Tim. It's great that you put this together, but just keep in mind, as those satellites change, you're going to have to keep this updated for us. And, good on Tim. He didn't, I don't know, he put it in his calendar or something. Something reminded him, and he got us a fresh set. So I'll be updating these, probably, maybe I'll do it tonight when we're on stream a little bit later. We'll do it in the back half of the show when things kind of digress. But certainly, if you're interested in working satellites and you're not sure where to get the frequencies, or, they're all out there. It's just a matter of hunting for them. And this is a nice consolidated list, and he's got them broken down into your Doppler frequencies as well. So great work by Tim. Thanks for that good work, Tim. And we'll get those updated here in the link tree as well. All right. So Tim, you were saying that the Elecrow link wasn't working. So were you attempting the CrowPanel here? Is this the one that you were attempting? Now, I know where maybe some of that confusion came in. Hey, Andy, good to see you out there in the chat. This particular device is already discounted on their site. Let's go out and just take a look at it real quick. They've already got it discounted on their site, so I'm not able to stack discounts there. So if that's what you were looking for, Tim, that was the confusion, and that was my fault from last week. So I was unaware that they had already discounted this and that those do not stack. This is an affiliate link. If you want to get some credit for the channel, if you're looking to pick one of these up, we're going to play around with this a little bit tonight. I've made a little bit of progress in my spare time on it, not much, but we'll talk about that a little bit, and maybe that'll get folks interested in following along. But that is an affiliate link, so that gives me a little bit of credit if you purchase from there. The other thing I have started to put together related to that, let's see here, where's it at? Amazon store. So if we go out to the Amazon store, I've started to put together a little list here of items that folks might be interested in if you don't already have these types of gadgets and some consumables in your shack for working with breadboards and stringing electronic components together. So there's a few things out here that I use in the shack, and I've shared those with you guys, and we'll talk about some of those things as we talk through that project. But that is that. I guess the other thing I should bring up real quick here is the community list. We are getting pretty doggone close to the 5,000 subscriber mark. Let me just see where that's at. When we hit that 5,000 subscriber mark, we're going to be having a nice channel giveaway, and you've got to be on the community list in order to be able to win anything on these giveaways. So we're at 4,830, 170 to go. That's not too bad. We'll get there before you know it. So if you're not on the community list, get yourself signed up. This is also the list that receives my newsletter. I sent one of those out a little bit earlier this week. And, you know, hope you guys who did receive that enjoyed that. I was real happy to see, you know, I had about 60% open rate on that, which, you know, that's pretty good. I was really pleased to see that many people open it and at least check it out. And, you know, maybe there was some good stuff in there for folks. I also list a ton of affiliate links, a ton of discount codes in that newsletter each time I send it out as well. All right. That is that. Let's see here. What am I missing? What are you guys chatting about? Hey, Chris Bricker. Good to see you out there. Anybody else sneak in while I was rambling? Robert Timber or Robert Ember. That's interesting. I don't know if you're -6 here in southern Michigan. Welcome. I don't recall seeing you on the stream before. So, hey, it's always great to see new folks wander into the stream, and appreciate you being here. This is going to be a really relaxed stream tonight. Like I said, I was not planning on streaming. I didn't plan on being here, but hey, we're going to take advantage of it while we are here. All right. Let's see. Let me go ahead and let me pull over my little project here. See if I can pull it over without losing it. All right, I don't think I need that. Rain just started for 45. Boy, we had lots of rain earlier. We had quite a bit of rain earlier. Actually, it was just rain though. All right, let's see. Hopefully, I can get this in frame pretty well. I might have to do a little camera adjustment. I usually try to do those things beforehand, but that just was not in the cards tonight. All right, let's see what we got here. Yeah, I think I'm going to try to tilt this out. Bear with me just a second. We're going to do a little bit of on-the-fly adjustment. Yeah, something like that. We can make some adjustments as we go if we need to. Let me go ahead and bring you guys in. All right, there we go. Let me just show you the small amount of progress that I made since we talked about this the last time. Really, the only thing that I've done, I had to get some power to my breadboard. So I've got a couple of these little kits that are extremely handy. So here's one of the kits. It's a JST XH housing kit. And, you know, you guys have seen these in lots of various places, right? All these little ports for the different I/O, whether it's UART or I2C, this little speaker here, this battery connector, they're all using this style of connector. right? So you can pick up one of these little kits for like $10 or $12 off of Amazon. This is some of the stuff I've got in my shopping or on my list that you guys may be interested in. You can take these little sockets and you can plug them directly onto the breadboard, right? That's what I've done here to get my power to the breadboard. Come on, let it go. In addition to, putting sockets in the board, you've also got the plugs, right? So you can put the sockets on the board, create cables, right, using the plugs. And these little kits have, all the sizes, right? So you've got the 2-pin, 3-pin, 4-pin, the whole way up to it looks like 5-pin. And then you've also got a bunch of pins here that you can use. Of course, you're going to need a crimper. That's the kind of stuff I've added. I put some of my favorites in there. There's a big difference between, like a good crimper and a poor crimper for these very small connectors, right? You want really tight tolerances on those. But so what I've done here is I've created a cable. You guys may recall I was using a different type of cable last week, but I actually created a cable with these connectors, and I've got a little header pin that I added here. You guys may not be able to see that, but and I don't know if you guys are into this kind of thing or not, but I think it's pretty interesting. It's certainly ham adjacent, and I think there's a lot of opportunity for more and more overlap. But these are just little headers. What's nice about something like this is these are designed to snap apart. So if you only need 4 pins, you snap it, plug it into your board, and now you've got a male header that you can plug a cable into. And it just gives you some stability, which is the main thing when you're doing your breadboarding. Yeah, very useful, Andy. You are right. And, as I mentioned, I soldered some headers onto this little GPS board. So we plug that in. So now we need to connect this GPS to the device, and then we also need to get power into the GPS. So I got a little header down here. I've got, this little cable that I made that I can now plug into the header. And now I'm connected to the GPS device. I've got power. If you guys aren't familiar with how these breadboards work, you see there's a positive or a red stripe here, and then a negative or a blue stripe next to it. So that's where you bring power into the board, and light gives you the ability to light everything up. But you need to get power to the board, and there's a few different ways that you can do that. Now I've got a desktop power supply. I've got a little Siglent power supply, but it's over on my electronics desk. And it's not here on my streaming desk. So what I did is I took some banana, I just call them banana leads, right? It's the ones you can kind of plug into the binding posts. Binding post lead is probably the appropriate term. But I took some banana post cables that I had. I got tons of those laying all over the place. So they're, they tend to kind of reproduce on their own somehow. But I've got them laying all around. And so I snipped some of those off, snipped the other end off, which were some alligator ends, and I put power poles on them. And then I've got a nice heavy, I think this is let's see, what is this? Let's see if I can bring this over. I've got a real heavy, this is a 12 gauge wire. It's a good quality wire, but it's about 6 feet long, and I use it typically with my solar stuff. But I use it as a extension cord here for my power supply. So I've got those binding post cables going into a power pole, plugging into my power pole extension cord, if you will. And then that allows me to bring that power right here, to my working area. And when I plug it in, now I've got power to this strip on my breadboard, and I can bring that power into all my components. So again, what I did is I used one of those little kits. I created a little cable. I put the socket, the 2-pin socket, on one end. I put power poles on the other, and now I have a way to get 5 volts or whatever I need to out of my power supply here at the desk. Ultimately, I want to set up the desk there so that I can work overhead from there as well. But until then, this will allow us to do some electronics projects right here. Let's see. Dale, sorry to hear that you're having a tough night. Thanks for stopping by. Go play dead for a few hours. All right. Let's see. Have you tried MeshCore? I don't know if I'm jumping into a conversation or not. I do have some MeshCore running here myself. I'm not seeing a lot of it. I'm not seeing very many nodes at all in my area, but I do have some running, and I carry a Meshtastic node and a MeshCore node with me when I travel, just because I'm always interested to see what the what the flavor du jour is where I'm at when I'm out and about. The rain has stopped here, Don. We don't, or let me put it this way. I've got a metal roof and I don't hear it. So it's either really low and slow, or it has stopped. Yeah, components. So, but Wild Radio, it's just the ones that you don't necessarily need, right? The components that you always run short on, for some reason, those don't replicate. Those don't regenerate. It's all the silly stuff that you don't use or that you don't need. All right, so made a little bit of progress, but like I said, you can pick up a kit like this that has all the parts and pieces in it to make cables. Here's another option. This is very similar. But if you don't have a crimper, this is a great option because it comes with a set of tweezers, but it also comes with pre-terminated leads. So these have the leads already pre-terminated on it. Hopefully you guys can tell. You can see that. You can see something shiny there. I mean, these are pretty tiny. And all you got to do is pick out the ends that you need for your cable and plug them in, right? Just pop them in. It's most of you are probably familiar with, working with power poles, and, they've got like a little keyed, there's a keyed aspect to it, so you can only put it in one way. And once you put it in, you can't easily pull it back out. Same thing with these little XH connectors. And, if you see here, these are XH 2.54. That's the pitch. That's the standard pitch for breadboards. So anytime you're looking at buying components, whether it's, a lot of times you can see I've used some little leads here. They actually have ones that are kind of like surface mount leads, and you want to make sure that you get ones that are designed for a 2.54 pitch breadboard if you're going to use something like that. You always want to go with the 254 for breadboards. All right, let's see here. I can't get behind Mesh Core, fixed infrastructure in a community that can't seem to leave the Meshtastic community alone. Yeah, you know, it took me a while to figure out how these things fit together, or how they should fit together. And I've come to the conclusion that Meshtastic is really the answer for ad hoc networks, right? It breaks down, I think, whenever you try to deploy them in permanent infrastructure, and when the mesh gets very dense and very wide, right? Because I think you run into those routing issues that we've all heard about. But Mesh Core can't touch Meshtastic in that ad hoc network space. Now, if you're going to set up permanent infrastructure and really try to blanket a geography in some sort of mesh network, I think that's where Mesh Core is the right solution. So I think they have two very different use cases, and I don't know that people either understand that or are willing to really think about it in that way, right? I see it always as this is better or that's better. I think they're just different. Dave, speaking of Meshtastic, right? You don't have to talk about it long and Dave will show up. Welcome, Dave. Good to see you, buddy. Flashing Dragon OS to a CM4. Nice. Well, welcome. Good luck with what you got going on there. All right, let's see. What else is going on out there? Okay. Meshtastic based on Babel. I don't know, Don. I don't know what's under the covers there, or how that necessarily came to be. Oh, the other thing I'll mention about these little leads that come in this kit, these are, you know, the wire that they put in these is pretty good. It's a silicon based jacket, so it's really nice and flexible. So there's a couple options, right? If you're not into, I mean, this is pretty fine stuff, and if you're not wanting to deal with that and maybe get another crimper that you might not own already, this is a great solution. I've got a little bit of all of it, because kind of when I start to get down the rabbit hole, I want to try a little bit of all of it and see what I like and see what works for me. And, you know, that gives me a chance to try to form some opinions on it as well. I mean, I like having crimpers and all the parts and pieces to build cables and stuff too. So I've got that stuff as well. But maybe we'll talk about all of that another time. Let's see. Yeah, Meshtastic 3 times, Dave will appear. So true. Dire Havoc, welcome. All right, so that's that. So what I've done is, so I've gotten that far. The next thing that you need to do if you want to play with these Crow panels is you need to get set up to flash these devices with your code, right? And so let's see here. Do I have that somewhere? I think I've got that right here. So what I've done, and we can walk through this just to show you guys what's involved in this. I've got the Arduino IDE set up here on my machine, and you know, I think they've got, well, you know what, I've got it set up on my streaming machine, which is a Windows machine. Let's see here. I think it's also available for Linux and Mac. Let's find out here. I'm pretty sure it is. Let's go ahead and jump over here. Oh, products. You having some trouble loading? Oh, you want me to do this first. Okay. Let's see here. Arduino IDE. Okay, so here we go. Windows, Debian-based Linux, and Mac OS. There you go. So pick your poison. It's all out there. And, you know, this is all new stuff to me. So I've not really tinkered with this a lot. I have watched a number of videos in Arduino kind of project type videos, tinkering videos, hacking videos, whatever you want to call it. But I've just, you know, it's been a case where I've been sitting there watching it and going, man, I'd like to do that someday. That looks pretty cool. I have to put that on my list. Well, the list has come a calling. So let's see here. You know, so I'm going to take this opportunity to play with this CrowPanel, with this IDE or this Arduino IDE interface to learn a little bit more about that type of thing. Let's see. Have you gotten your printer yet? I have not. It's still MIA, Chris. So waiting for that to come in. Now, in all fairness, I am pretty sure the email and I believe the website had said it was going to be at least 4 weeks. And I think we are at week 3, if I'm not mistaken. So, I mean, I think it's still within that time of, you know, what they projected. So I don't think I can start screaming yet. Let's see. Bob, over 600 nodes in Vegas. Bob, I was in Vegas in December for a convention, and I was pretty impressed with the local presence of Meshtastic. And I guess the reason why I thought I knew that it was local is because most of it was not downtown. There was a lot of Meshtastic kind of around the valley. It was kind of like all on the outskirts, and there was some downtown. I mean, it was a tech conference, right? It was there was a bunch of propeller heads there, right? Me included. But the bulk of the nodes weren't downtown. They were in the surrounding communities. So I was really, really impressed. VS Code and Platform IO, that's certainly another direction to go. I've got that loaded on here as well, Don. Maybe if we get into this at some point, we can show, you know, if there's any material differences between those workflows, we can show that here. Let's see. I'm reading this one. If we're talking mesh, can you load something like JS8 or FT8 onto something like a Spec 5 Ranger? Use both on something like that. I don't think you can on a Ranger, but you can. Here, let's just, and sorry folks, this is kind of how things go if you're new. I jump around an awful lot. Let's see here. So you can certainly do that on the Nomad. Let me just back that up. Right, you can certainly do that on the Nomad. So this is a Raspberry Pi based device that also has Meshtastic or LoRa capabilities all in the same package. But in terms of doing it on the Ranger, and let's just show folks what the Ranger looks like in case they are not familiar. Right, this is your TDEC type machine. So I don't think that anyone has ported something like JS8 or FT8 to an ESP32 type device like this. I could be wrong. It might be out there, but I've not seen anybody running it on a TDEC type device, right? At the core, this is a TDEC. So, all right, let's see. Let's see what else we've got out here. Yeah, squirrels abound. They're all over the place. Yeah, exactly, Eric. I'd go searching for ESP32 type projects, right? And then something that could take advantage of a keyboard, right? Because that's kind of the unique feature of this device for sure. All right, let's see. So anyhow, what I have done, I guess I shouldn't have swapped over yet. What I've started to do, like I said, this is all new stuff for me, right? I am learning this stuff. And I'm doing it at a very modest pace. So again, if anybody wants to try to follow along and learn along, I am confident we're not going to leave anybody in the dust. We're going to go at a pretty slow pace. And then what I like to try to do, I don't always get there, but what I like to try to do is when I learn something, we do a lot of learning through the late shift, right? We do a lot of playing around. What I like to do is then capture that learning either in a video to memorialize it or in a blog post, right? So I like to try to take those little nuggets that we learn along the way and memorialize them and put them out there so folks can follow along that way as well. And, you know, I can tell you that I've had many discussions with folks about the TinyGS. You know, we did several weeks where we were working on the TinyGS and, you know, had some great email exchanges with people that were, you know, getting that going, trying to figure out how all that works and, you know, sharing back and forth via email as well. So that's all part of, you know, what I consider here as community. So, all right. So anyhow, what I've started doing is Elecrow's site has a wiki for these CrowPanel Advance devices. And they've got a lot of great information on these, and I've just started to work through it. These first several photos and sections talk about the device itself, right? If you're interested in learning about the different parts and pieces. Now, the one thing I will warn you on is there are, I think, maybe like 6 different versions of these devices and they're all different sizes, right? So if we take just a quick look here, you know, they're talking about a 2.4, a 2.8, a 3.5, a 4.3, a 5.0, a 7.0. They just came out with a 10.1. And so when you see a picture, if it doesn't look exactly like yours, don't stress. Look at the silk screen on it. See which one it is, right? This is a 7, right? And you can see that that board layout is a little different than this 3.5. This is what I'm working with here, the 3.5. And I'll tell you why. I'll show you why I picked the 3.5 as a place to start here. And it was after kind of reading through this. So first of all, the smaller devices here, is this where it talks about it? It's right here. So the smaller devices have USB OTG functionality built into them. Okay, so you can see this USB. There's two USB-Cs. This one here is USB OTG, which means you can plug a keyboard into it. You can plug a mouse into it. It can act as a host or as the device, right? So it can work in both capacities, right? The 3.5 also hits the box for having a real-time clock circuit. So it's like the larger ones have the RTC, the smaller ones don't. The smaller ones have the ability to you know, they have the OTG functionality. The larger ones don't. But the 3.5 is kind of the sweet spot that's got kind of all the capability of the entire family of products. So that's why I picked the 3.5 to start with. It can do any and all things within the family. Okay. These are pretty capable little devices. We talked about this a little bit before, right? You've got all this Wi-Fi capability here. You've got many different protocols that it works with, right? There's lots of different expansion capabilities at different frequencies. So lots of good stuff here. But anyhow, what you have to do is you have to get your IDE, your programming environment. You have to get it configured to work with your device. So I've worked through this little portion here, right? And this tells you how you go out, you download your IDE, right? And this is, I mean, step by step, right? They're telling you how to select the right one, how to install it, right? All the options that you choose as you're working through it, right? So they give you all the instructions here. And then once you get it installed, there's some configuration that you need to do. And they walk you through this configuration. Okay. And this is kind of the first kind of quote tricky part, if you will. And that is really selecting the board and making sure that you get the right driver for the board that you're working with. So let me swap back over. And if I go in here, well, there's the first thing they have you do is you have to download a driver. You know what? It's going to be easier for me to do it like this. So they want you to install the driver. And if you go over here to this boards manager, they tell you how to search for your board. Now it's a little bit confusing. All right, they tell you to put ESP32 in here. That's the base microcontroller. And there's a couple of them, so you have to really pay attention. This one that is by EspSoftwareSerial Systems, this is the one that you want. Now, they also mention multiple times in the documentation that they're using 3.0.2. So you can see that's what I've got installed here. But you can also see that is not the most current version. So what I don't know at this point is the documentation just old, or does it have to be on 3.0.2? I went ahead and said, you know what, I'm going to run with 3.0.2 because they're showing, even in their documentation here, right, that they're showing up to 3.07. And you guys can't see that. But in their documentation, they're showing 3.07 is available and exists out there. And, you know, if we look here, there's lots of new since then, but I'm just playing it safe. They said use 3.0.2, so I've got 3.0.2 loaded. Now, the one downside to that is every time I load this, it comes up and it says, hey, some of your boards have new drivers available. Do you want to download them? So at this point, right, because I'm such a noob, I just keep saying no. I want to use the one that they're showing in their documentation. Okay, so that's kind of the first step, is to get that driver loaded, and it'll actually download, I don't know, about 300 meg worth of drivers, believe it or not. But here is the first place in the software where things kind of didn't make sense to me, right? They talk about replacing a number of the files in the driver that you just downloaded with some different files. And they tell you to go out to this directory, grab all of these files that are in this zip, and replace those files in that driver footprint for the application. It's like, okay, I understand that. I understand what you want me to do, but where is this file? Where do I get that thing? And I couldn't find anywhere in their documentation on where you get that. Right? So I had to do some Googling around, and I eventually did find this what do they call this here? This is their getting started with Arduino, which is another course. It's more courseware that they have out on the Elecrow site, which is amazing, right? These guys have tons of educational courseware out there. But when you start to work through this, they walk you through the setup here as well, and they give you the link for where that driver is. So I'm going to put these in the show description. But just know, if you're walking through this and you're trying to figure it out and you get to this step and you're like, I can't find where these, where they tell me to download these files, I don't believe it's in this documentation here. You've got to go out to this other location and grab this. Okay. Now they also tell you why, where is it at? They tell you why they want you to do this, and it has to do, it's a speed thing. They have, let's see. Oh yeah, here it is. So this 120M is a recompiled official file that enables PSRAM, high-speed communication mode. And that's something that you have to set up in the IDE as well so that it can take advantage of that. So this has an improved refresh rate from 80M to 120M. So, that's a significant, right? A 50% performance improvement. So that's got to be a good thing, right? So once you have the file, you can walk through this and that works. So let me just take a minute here and see if you guys are still with me. See if I put you to sleep. or see if this is just, if this is interesting to you guys or not. Let's see, Bill. Yes, there are videos that accompany those. And I've been lazy, Bill. I've not been able to watch those yet. Lazy is not the right term. Usually when I get to this, it's pretty late and I'm trying to wind down. And so watching videos doesn't do the thing for me in terms of trying to wind down, but reading does do the thing for me. So, I should go and watch those videos. There's probably more there that I'm missing. Let's see here. Let's see what else is going on here. QRP Life. TinyGS has had great movement in data and analytics. They certainly have. Their updates are fantastic. Let's see. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if setting a directional priority wouldn't be something that we get in the future, Eric. I could certainly see that coming. Bob, TinyGS is, it's really interesting. It's a lot of fun. It's fascinating, and it's fairly simple to follow along and make it work. It's a great little learning project. I think it is. Let's see. Bill. Oh, Bill, I didn't realize. So the Heltec that you had, was it the 800 megahertz one? I'm curious about that. I'll have to see. Maybe you already answered that somewhere in the chat. I'm a little lagged here. Just got the AMSAT UK LNA. Excited to put that together. Nice. Be curious to hear how that works, Tim. Let's see. If you download the course, it's a zip file. Okay, good to know. I've just been following along here on the web page. Wild Radio, you make it seem less intimidating. Well, I'm just dumbing my way through it, right? I don't know. I've never done this either, but it just takes a little bit of effort, and that's really what we're trying to do here. We're all trying to learn something new. And I think it's pretty cool stuff, right? Being able to flash this little device can do so many different things. I want to learn enough so that I can make it do what I want it to do. Right? I want to create some satellite related firmware for this thing. Let's see. Those videos are all AI narrated, and that type of gets me confused. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the AI narration. But I get it. It is what it is. We've got a bunch of these great little companies, right? I think Elecrow is one of them. Seed Studio is certainly one of them. Rack Wireless is one of them. It feels like Seed Studio and Elecrow are more similar in that they are really trying to support makers and developers. Similar to Seed Studio, Elecrow has just a ton of different devices that you can explore and play around with. One of the things I didn't realize, I saw in here somewhere, maybe it was further up here, but there are I'll probably get this wrong. It's a large number. I'm thinking that number is 30 some different sensors that you can plug into these devices. I mean, that's just crazy. All right. So it sounds like I haven't lost you guys yet, so that's good. So let's see. Bill's got the LoRa model. Gotcha. I got you, Bill. I got you. Okay. Now, you've got the 915. Yeah. I see what you're saying. there is a 134 megahertz option for TinyGS as well, but that's still not helping you. Early for Bob. Glad to hear it, Bob. Only 10 o'clock here. It's early for us as well. I haven't tried flashing TinyGS. Maybe we'll give that a try. But that's a great segue. Let's go ahead and bounce over, since I haven't lost everybody. Everybody seems to be mildly interested, so I'm excited about that. Let me go back here. Now, what you see here in the IDE is a little demo script that they provide, right? So if I go back here and we look at the documentation, after we get all our files updated so we can get the the faster refresh rate, they give us a script here. Now I thought this was kind of interesting. I see a little formatting issue, so I want to point this out to you guys. It looks like if I just click this copy here, it's going to get me everything that I need. But we're going to test this. I don't believe that's the case, because this line that is outside of this copy box, right outside of this code box, is how we see it in a lot of editors, right? If you guys use Slack or something like that, right, you can set a code box or something. This is actually part of the script, but it's not in this code box. So make sure if you're going to try this that you grab that line that's outside of this box, right? And then don't hit this, because I don't think that's going to get you this top line. Just do a Control-C. We'll copy that. We'll get back over here to the IDE. We'll do a Control. Whoop, let me get it here on my screen. We'll do a Control-A to copy everything, right? Delete it out and then paste it back in. And here I can see I've got that top line. Once you have your script in here, okay, you can run this little check mark. You can hit this little check mark. And here you guys can see I was practicing earlier. So let me clear that. But if you hit this little check mark, it'll compile. This is called a sketch in Arduino, right? This script is called a sketch. And it will compile it to make sure you don't have any errors in it, right? So that's kind of a good first step. So we've got no errors. It tells me, the size of the sketch once it download, or once it's been compiled. Now, one other thing too. Let me bounce you back here real quick. We'll come back to that. Before you try to burn it, right? Burn it meaning flash the device with it. I wish they would do these. I wish they had this section ahead of the code, right? Because if you guys are like me, you're going to take the code block, you're going to paste it in, and you're going to try it, right? Where I can tell you it's not going to work until you do the rest of this configuration, right? So they should have this configuration first and then give you the code block. But this is simple. This is not difficult. You just have to follow these, right? There's like 7 or so different configuration steps here, right? So if you go into tools, this just, you're just configuring. I don't know why I keep doing that. You're just configuring the IDE for the I've got to move it down here so I can see what I'm doing. You're just configuring the ID for your board, or the IDE for your board, right? So you're going into Tools, you're going down here to the board module, you're selecting ESP32, and you want to make sure you get the right one, ESP32 S3. And these are all accurate. These are all easy to follow. There's no gotchas in here. Once you follow them all, and there's several of them, and this is that step that we read about, changing the refresh rate. This is that PS RAM change. You know, it's disabled by default, and you've got to enable it. So that'll let you know that your copy worked as you expected. But once you get all that stuff done, and I just noticed I was talking and you guys couldn't see what I was talking about, but it's just all these steps, right? Once you walk through each one of these, there's no gotchas in here. Just follow them the whole way through. And then it tells you to go ahead and, quote, burn the code, right? This is flashing the code. Okay, before we hit this little check mark button to check it, now we're going to hit this other little button right here. And if you watch down in this output window, you can see it says it's compiling the sketch again. Oh, we ran into an issue here. Okay. And this happened to me a couple of times. Oh, I know why we ran into an issue. I don't have the device plugged into my computer. How about that? All right, so let's see here. I've got to steal a USB. And let me show you guys what I'm doing. Okay, this thing wasn't plugged into my machine. So I'm just taking this, I'm plugging it into the UART USB-C, right? So there's two of them there. I'm plugging it into the one that's labeled as UART 0. Okay, now let me go ahead and bounce back here. I am now plugged in. I don't care about this message. Let's try to do it again. Oh, it's still telling me I'm not connected. I saw this down here right as it was working. So my USB port must have changed. All right, let's see here. Let me unplug this. See if any of those go away. Doesn't look like they do. Let me plug it back in and see if I get a new COM port. I'm wondering if this this cable may not be able to do the deed. Okay, that's all right. I'm going to steal a different cable. All right, I'm going to steal my overhead camera cable. So we're going to lose that temporarily, but that's all right. We're not using it this moment. And I'm plugging that into that UART 0. Let's see if anything pops up here. Okay, COM27. I don't think that was there. Let me pull this and see if it goes away. It did go away. How about that? Okay. So before it was COM28. Let's see what that comes back as. Came back as 27. I'm going to pull it again. Let me plug it into the other USB and see if that comes back as 28. Oh, that one came back as 28. All right, so I misspoke here. So I'm plugging it into the one that says USB instead of the one that says UART 0. Why does that matter? Well, if you recall, when we were talking about, let's see if I screwed this up or not. Okay, good. When we were talking about all these settings that didn't, where there was no gotchas, one of the settings is telling it which COM port you're in. So I'm already configured for COM 28. I could go into the software and I could change that, or I could just move the cable to the other port, which I know is COM 28, and try it from there. So hopefully that makes sense to you guys. So I'm now plugged in as ESP32 S3 dev module. That's one of the settings that we saw. COM 28, that's one of the settings that we saw in the configuration, right? That's in this tools section. If we walk down through here, we'll find those, right? Here's the port, there's the board, right? So just trying to make sure that all makes sense and is connected for everybody. Now, let's go ahead and try to flash it. It's going to compile the sketch here again, right over my shoulder. Okay, and then what's that look like? That kind of looks like that web flasher that we always see whenever we're flashing our Meshtastic devices, right? So there, I had a successful flash of the device, right? This was compiled, and then it was pushed up to the device, and it looks like it went as it should have. So I'm going to take a break there. Let me catch up with the chat, see if there's any questions there. Let's see. Let's see. Bill just ordered the correct one. Wish I could get things from Amazon faster. Geez, I wish Amazon delivered as fast as they used to, but still better than what you have to deal with, Eric. I understand that. Having a dozen Amazon warehouses in town makes shipping usually less than 2 days. You know, Bob, I've got one here. I've got one about 14 miles away, and they still can't get stuff here on time. So I'm on west of Fort Worth, and there's one right there in West Fort Worth. I just think that they probably need another one already. It is interesting though. They always give us the option. Hey, do you want it tomorrow between 5 a.m. and 7 a.m. or do you want it tonight, same day, between 6 p.m. and 10 p.m.? They always give you that option, but they never hit it. So anytime that they give me that option and then they give me a credit, if I take the slower option, I always take the slower option unless I really need it. And then I just cross my fingers and hope. But usually I'll take the slower option and then take the credit because they can't hit the timeline anyhow. Let's see. I did not see that they just released that, Dave, but I did see something very interesting on the Seed website that I never noticed before. I am sure it was there. I just never noticed it before. As I was getting prepared to talk about the breadboarding and some of that stuff, one of the other options that I wanted to show you guys, and that, in addition to powering the breadboard with a power supply, like a benchtop power supply, they have these things called breadboard power supplies that just bolt onto your breadboard. Then you plug a USB-C into it, or some of the older ones have a barrel connector or USB-A on them. But Seed has one. I don't know if you knew this or not, Dave, but Seed has one of those power supplies that you plug a Shou into. It's in, it's one of their community developed solutions, but it's a cool little breadboard power supply that you plug and it'll use multiple Shou controllers, right? It'll work with the ESP32. It'll work with a few other ones. But it gives you that power supply, and it also gives you some monitoring of the power for your project. So I'm going to order one of those. The Power Bread. Yeah, that sounds right. I'm going to order one of those and use my ESP32 Shou to try that thing out. So I thought that was pretty cool. 75 ohm ham. How are you doing, man? Good to see you. We'll be seeing you shortly. Ziggy will be out your way before you know it. Bob, that is a thankless job. I am with you there. Any job I would not want to do, I've got a lot of respect for people who do it. I'm glad there are people who do that. Field day tomorrow, winter field day, that's true. For me, it's going to be here in North Texas, unfortunately. Yeah, I'd love to include that in the series as part of the build out, Dave. I was looking at it on my phone, and I don't know if this is a limitation of the phone, the phone configured site, or not, but it didn't give me an option to pick my warehouse. So it might be a China only. And that was another thing I was kind of bummed out about, is I'm not sure how long that might take to get here. So it'd be great if that was a US based product. All right, let's see. So I think we've got, going to do a little backyard portable. I think that'll be the extent of things for me here as well. I am really bummed, though, that I'm not going to be down hanging out with the boys in Galveston. That's just the way it goes sometimes, though. All right. Where are we at here? Okay, so we got this thing flashed, and it looks like it completed completely. But this is where I had to hang it up, and I didn't have a chance to dig deeper, right? So I need everybody to, be hyper vigilant and help me find out where I went astray here. If we look at the browser here, if we look at the instruction, after we flash the device, let me get back to where I was. Here it is. So wait for the burning to complete. Okay, we did that. Open the serial port tool and observe that hello world is being printed every second, right? That's what our little sketch or our little script is supposed to do. It's just supposed to give us this repeating output in the serial display. Okay, that's what we should expect to see. However, let me go ahead and hey, if it works this time, I'll be thrilled, but I couldn't get this to work before. All right, spoiler. But I'm going to clear this. And you see we've got the serial monitor right here. So in this Arduino IDE, you've got a serial monitor. You got the output. That's what we were looking at before. I cleared the output. You've got a serial monitor here. I'm going to close it for a second because you can get to the same place here. I just want to show you guys that you can get to the same place multiple different ways, right? This is your serial plotter. We can talk about that a little bit later. But here's the serial monitor, and I'm not seeing anything here, right? I would expect to see hello world just marching down the screen here. So here's what I'm not sure of, right? I assume that finished correctly. It looked like it finished correctly. But you see this little thing down here in the corner that says building sketch? Why is that thing still turning? So it has me questioning, did it finish correctly? Dave, I'd love to see what you're doing. All right, Ziggy. Hey, thanks for hanging out, buddy. Good luck tomorrow. You should be fine in your locale. I don't think you guys are getting all the nasty weather. So have a good time, enjoy, and we'll catch you here in a few weeks. So I think something's just not quite right here, right? So let me, I'm going to flash it again, just for giggles, right? Because you see this building sketch down here? This bothers me in the lower right. Why is that still turning? But I'm going to go ahead and try to build it again. You can see over my shoulder, it's compiling the sketch. And then it's opening that serial port, it's connecting, right? This is what we see happens in Meshtastic. Okay, it didn't like something here. Maybe I need to disconnect and reconnect, or maybe it didn't disconnect appropriately before, so now it can't reconnect. Maybe that's the problem. Let's take a look up here. Here's my COM28. I'm going to pull the plug on it. There it went. I just want to observe here for a second. This building sketch is still spinning. I'm going to plug my cable back in. Okay, there's my serial port again. It recognized it from last time. And let's go ahead and try to burn it in Arduino vernacular. Okay, there we go. There, right? Open that port right up and it's going. So if I watch down here, building sketch, see it says leaving, hard resetting via the RTS pin. What's it trying to say there, right? I'm connected with this USB port. So I don't know if this is doing what it's supposed to or not. If I go to the serial monitor, you see there's nothing there. Okay. So I feel like we're like 99% of the way there, but something's not right. I don't believe it's the code, right? Because the code compiles. It compiles with no errors. Now there is this little debugger here. Let's see if this does anything. See if we can learn anything here. Open OCD GDB. I didn't catch all that. Okay, so let's see. GDB server session ended. This terminal will be reused, waiting for the next session to start. Server console debug on backend connect. What's this other stuff it's saying here? All right, let's start at the top. So it's waiting for the GDB server, whatever the heck that is. So it connects. Okay. So it's got some big long command line that it runs. And then it opens something called an on-chip debugger. open source. For bug reports, read. Oh, that's not for my bug reports. Okay. Only one transport option. I'm just looking for something that looks like an error. Listening on port 50,001. Listening on 50,002 for a telnet. It's gonna, okay, failed with lib USB error not found. ESP USB JTAG could not find or open the device. Okay. So it feels like, all right, so let's do this. Well, here it says it's went ahead and this terminal will be reused. So I think it's closed, whatever it was unable, well, it opened the server, but it wasn't able to open the port, or it listened on the port, but nothing. Let's just follow it again and see. Yeah, same exact thing. Okay, quit unexpectedly. See GDB server output for more details. Well, there's nothing in these details that give me. Make sure board port and baud rate are correct. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the port is correct, right? I mean, we saw it connect, right? If I tell it to burn it. And I can see, I mean, well, let's, now I'm going to have to, so it gets jacked up, like after, I wonder if I need to just reset it after let's try that here. I'm going to go ahead and pull the pin. All right, I'm going to pull the cable. We'll see COM port 28 go away. Bye-bye. Let's go ahead and clear this screen. What happens if I just reboot it? Does anything come back? Takes no time at all to boot. Nothing comes back. There's just that GDB server. All right, I'm going to try to flash it again. I don't think there's any code issues or else it wouldn't compile. I mean, that's not 100%, but that's pretty good. See, we're flying right along here. So I feel like the baud rate's likely okay. Let's just see what kind of output we get here. Okay, here's the sketch. Choosing COM 28. It connected. It can see it's using the ESP32. 40 megahertz oscillator. It's got a MAC address. Uploading a stub, running the stub, stubs running. See, I don't think any of that would happen if, I don't think any of this stuff would happen if I was not at the correct baud rate. Now, this is interesting here, right? Changing baud rate to 92/1600. Okay. Okay. What happens? See, flash will be erased. Okay. Then it's writing. Wrote 100%. It's writing. Wrote 100%. Hash of the data is verified, so it copied it correctly. There's no errors in the copy. So I don't think there's any communications problems there. All right, wrote 298.240, 298.240, 29. Why do we have a different number? Maybe because of that stub, right? This is, the sketch is a little bit less. than what was written. I'm guessing that's the stub. The hash of the data is verified. So that tells me that the data is getting there as intended. This is the part I'm not sure about, right? Leaving, hard resetting, blah, blah, blah. All right, I see you guys are chatting. Let's see. Make sure the board and port are correct. Is demo program still running on your device? Yeah, it should still be running. I had to reset mine. So you hit the reset button, Bill? Let me hit the reset button. So these have a little reset button on them. On mine, UART USB-C is COM and the other is only power. Oh, that's interesting. Is the other USB-C port a COM port? So, Bill, you're saying you're connecting to the USB, you're connecting to the UART. Is that correct? Rob, I had already tried that, right? When I'm over on the... Oh, wait. What the heck happened there? Look at that. I'm seeing panics. I'm seeing errors. Hey, that's exciting. Was that because I hit the reset button, though? Look at all that crap. All right, let me get the chat back. See what Bill's saying here. On mine, UART USB-C is a COM, and the other is only power. Interesting. Bill, do you have the 3.5 Advance? Are you working with the same one? Has correct USB-C. If it didn't work, I would not write or attempt to write. All right, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to pull the pin, right? So got the cable. I'm going to go in here and I'm going to do a little reconfiguration, right? So we talked about this before. I'm going to change my port. Hey, I thought this was pretty cool. It picks up. So I've got, no kidding. Where's it picking that up? It's just picking that up over the Wi-Fi. Is it picking? It's got to be picking that up. It's picking up my TinyGS. How in the world is it getting that? It's got to be getting it over the Wi-Fi. I have the 7. Okay, 4, 3 though, and 7 are different from 3, 5, and smaller, but they seem to share aspects. Yeah, they certainly do. Right, and one of those things is the USB is the on-the-go capability, the OTG capability, but I'm going to try to do it through the UART. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to plug into the UART. And this should show as COM27. It does. So now I need to configure the tool, right? Cool. The tool's still going to look on COM28. I'm going to say, no, I want you to look on COM27. See how that made a change there? Now, here's the other thing, too. I'm going to show you. I'm almost positive that we set... Well, let me go back and look here. COM port 9, that's what they were using. Partition size, flash size. Nothing about speed is discussed. Okay. So I'm just going to make that simple change, right? The simple change is I'm using the other USB-C port. I configured my tool to say, hey, look at port COM27 instead of COM28. I'm still using the same board, right? All that should make sense. Hopefully you guys are following. Let's compile. It's not connecting. We're going to have to going to have to disconnect and reconnect. Okay. Disconnect. Reconnect. Let's see what it was saying here. Yeah, it was trying to connect to 27. No serial data received. All right, let's try it again. Compiling. Boy, it's not connecting to that COM27. Not connecting to COM27. Why not? Let's look at our other configurations here. So the board type has not changed. We're still using the same board type. USB CDC on boot disabled. I'm just looking through here to see if anything jumps out. This is one of the settings. You need to change the partition scheme to huge app. So that's still correct. Here's that RAM setting. That's still correct. Upload mode, UART 0. So that's interesting, right? What other options do we have? Oh, you know what? What the heck? I'm changing that. Doggone it. I'm going to say I want the OTG. Give me back the OTG. Give me the 28. Give me the OTG. Let me go set this back to 28. I'm going to see if this does it. Come on, baby. All right, Dave. Knock him dead tomorrow. Good luck, buddy. Okay. Compiling is complete. It says it's uploading. Hey, this is different looking. Indexing. Okay, this is a little different looking, isn't it? Still says it's uploading. Done uploading. Okay. I should have blank. Oh, looky there. Ooh, looky. We got a bunch of hello worlds. Looky. Okay. I'm going to clear that. I pulled the plug. And I'm going to plug it back in. I'm just curious if once that loads, if it just starts to spit out. That building sketch still bothers me. But I am certainly encouraged. And don't, Rob, don't you think that I didn't come in here and just bang on this monitor, right? I certainly did. I even changed to carriage return, both new line and carriage return, right? I started having serial terminal configuration flashbacks to back in the day. So I think it did the thing that we expected it to do. Okay. I'm going to do it just again, just because I want to see it again. What I kind of was hoping or thought would happen is once you pull the power, if you give it power again, that it would reload the firmware, the quote firmware at this point, right? Because that's burned to the machine. And I'm going to see just if that, we can still watch this, right? It's still uploading, but I'm on the monitor. I want to see it start to spit out. Yeah, I thought that, Bill, it should just reload that. And maybe that's configuration. That might be configuration. Did that finish? Where'd it go? Oh, see, now it's going to bug me. I want it to be repeatable. So what changed? Oh, you son of a gun. All right, I'm going to disconnect. I want to see if it just starts to spit something out here. Maybe you can't bounce between those. I mean, that would seem kind of cheesy. We're still 28. That's fine. All right, I'm going to give that a second. I'm going to do a temp check while we're here. All right, push it again. All right, we'll let that compile. Going to do a temp check. Oh, I got a text from Frank Tank Radio. He made it to his port where he is getting ready to take a cruise. So, okay, done uploading. Serial monitor. You doggone sucka. All right, what happened here? Next time, just hit the reset button. All right, there's a reset button. What's it? Spit out a little memory thing here. Now, this thing's got me wondering. All right, I'm going to hold that reset a little longer. Yep, tanks on the water. Tanks don't float well. This will be interesting. I don't see any change happening here. Now, we had it once, doggone it. Okay, so the reset button didn't do anything. What if I hit the boot button? I mean, I expect that to put it in like a bootloader mode, but there's no change here on that output. All right, so how do we get lucky? What's different? I'm going to reset. Ah, Mikey, I've been waiting. I have been waiting for you guys to come on here and start busting my balls. I've been waiting. What took you so long? You guys must have just got back from dinner. You guys probably went and had an awesome dinner that I missed. Let's see, what do we got here? So yeah, why haven't you fixed Microsoft? Microsoft is back, as good as they're going to be, at least from my perspective. So Bill, yours reboots on the boot button. Okay. We've been playing radio, but we did have an awesome dinner at Katie's. Oh, I was looking forward to that. I was definitely looking forward to that. I've been whining for a couple of hours here that I'm bummed that I'm missing out on all the good times down there. All right, so reset button didn't seem to do anything for me. For you guys that are just joining, we're playing with this little CrowPanel, right? This is the thing we put Meshtastic on last week. This week we're trying to set up the IDE environment so we can put our own programs on the device. Let's see here. Let's make sure nothing changed here. Still the OTG, so that's good. So none of that looks. Let's make sure that yep, COM28, so that's still good. All right, I'm going to clear this, and then I'm going to try to flash this little piece of code here up to the device. Okay, it compiled. Blackened. What the heck did you have, Mike? Blackened golden tilefish. I have never heard of that. Dang. All right, so that looks like it completed. Let's open up the serial monitor, and there's nothing there. Look at that. Let me hit the reset button and see if it comes back. It's not coming back. All right, so what combination worked? So we've got the right module. This is the board that we're using. We're on the right COM port. You know what? I'm going to go back. Let me go back to the UART. Maybe this actually worked on the UART and we didn't realize it. So let me take this back to, I'm going to pull it off 28. I'm going to put it into 27. Change the port. Where'd you go, port? Port 27. Port 27. Oh, look at this indexing down here. When did that start? Wait a second. You guys see that? All right, now I'm curious. Let's hit reset. So I think, Bill, I think you're onto something. I think it might have to be, oh wait, did it restart? So this is on 16, 17, 18, 19, right? Every second we're getting that. I'm going to hit restart. And we start at 0. Look at that. So the restart does work. So I didn't ever flash it. So this is what's interesting, Bill. I think I got it. So we flashed it on 28, but we're seeing the serial. Oh yeah, that makes sense. We flashed it on 28, but we're seeing the serial output on the serial port, which is what the UART is, right? The UART's essentially a serial port. Okay, we got it. You guys follow that? Everybody follow that? So we were flashing fine. We just couldn't see the output because you have to be connected to a serial port to get the output. When you set the USB to the on the go, it's no longer a serial port. It's configured as an on the go device, right? So you can hook a keyboard or a mouse or something to it. Yep. Oh, Bill, clear as mud. Andy's got it. I think Andy's got it. Yeah, play back the stream. I think I've got it now, guys. Okay, watch. I think I've got this. All right, so this thing's going to just keep counting. All right, so if we want to do it again, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to put it into, I unplugged it. I've got it plugged into my USB on the go port. I'm going to come up here. I'm going to tell it that I want 28 because that's the USB on the go port. I'm going to go down here. I'm going to change the mode to on the go. I'm going to say push it. Okay, compiled. It's uploading the firmware now. It's indexing, right? This looks like just the same thing when we're flashing our Meshtastic devices. We'll wait till this says it's complete. We're still indexing. It's done uploading. Okay, the sketch is up. We go here. There shouldn't be anything. Oh no, look at that. Oh wait, it's not still running. I didn't clear it, right? So we have nothing. 102. So I'm going to clear it now. Now I'm going to disconnect it, reconnect it on the serial port, come up here and say, yep, I want to be on COM 27. On COM 27, and look, here it comes. So hopefully that helps you guys see how that works. Ham Radio 2, Bill is spamming the chat. Yep. Hey, Jason, I've got a bottle of Green River. I'm curious if you've ever had Green River. This is Green River Rye. It's 100 proof. I got a bottle of it 2 weeks ago, and I was surprised how good it was. So I bought another bottle, and that's what I was going to bring down for field day, but I'll have to save that for. We'll save that for Hamcation. And then I've also got the door chick, a Merlot as well. So I'll have to get that to you. All right. That's the second time in 2 weeks I've been accused. You had the best comeback last week, Bill. That was a classic. You wrench your way, I'll wrench mine. HRO just dropped the reservation. Ooh, nice. That is awesome. I'm hoping that means it's imminent, right? 30 or 60 days. I mean, it would be great if that 5200 is available at Hamcation, wouldn't it? That's like 3 weeks away. That would be fantastic. Hey, Ted, welcome. I'm going to, Bill, I think you need to get a t-shirt that says, you wrench your way, I'll wrench mine. That'll mean a zillion different things to different people. Eric, you're not a fan of the 5200? I'm going to put that 5200 in my truck, in my new truck. All right, so now that we know how to get code up to this thing, I want to see how we get I'm going to have to, let me flip back here. Yeah, I'm going to pull the plug. I got to steal my cable. I got to get more I/O here in my streaming machine. Let me let that get reconnected. Now I want to get data out of the GPS and see that. Let me get this going again. See if that comes back. I want to get data out of the GPS and into the CrowPanel, right? Because that's the first step in getting to where I want to go from the application for this device. Let's see, what Eric say here? I have two 2730s and two other mobile radios. I have a reason to spend Kenwood money on a radio announced 18 months ago. Yeah, I bought a 2730 for my new truck as well before the 5200 was announced. But that 5200 just, first of all, it looks awesome. I love the larger black screen on it. Second, if it actually has Bluetooth access to the TNC, that'll be beautiful. And I'll be able to run APRS Droid on a tablet in the truck. So, but anyhow, let me get moved back to this thing. Okay, so now we know we can get code into this device, and we know we can get it to run. Right, that's good progress. Next, what I want to do is I've got this little U-Blocks GPS with this little stubby ceramic antenna. And like I said, I've got, I soldered some headers onto this. And now I've got it connected. So let me just walk through here so you guys can see exactly what I'm doing. Let's see. Okay, so this is just a little U-Blocks GPS module. It's a Neo 6M. Those are real popular GPS modules. They're in tons and tons of different devices. U-Blocks is one of the best manufacturers of these devices. It's great. These are about $8, $9 today, right? So I've got this plugged into the breadboard. I've got some header pins that I soldered to it. And then here, I'll just decompose this and then we can walk through it. Okay, then I took some header pins that I stuck into the breadboard, just this set of 4 header pins. So I plugged the GPS in, put those header pins in the same, on the same rows. And then I've got my little cable right here that I can plug in and bring all of those, bring the I/O and then the power into the second. This is a UART in, that's a UART out into this UART in. Okay. And then I've just got, again, jumpers for the for the power, the plus side, and a jumper for the minus side or the ground. And I've got my little stub here that I can plug into my desktop power supply. Right, so that's what I want to do next. So I'm going to get this plugged in. Get this guy plugged back in. Get this little cable. Now this, the way these, you've got a you've got your power, you've got your ground on the outside, you've got a receive and a transmit on the inside, right? So you take the transmit from the Crow panel into the receive of the GPS and vice versa, right? So you got the receive going to transmit, transmit going to receive. And that's what we do. That's what we accomplish here. We do that little crossover in this cable, and it's nice having these with little connectors because things just stay connected better, right? And then I've got this little guy that I've got some header pins on it and a little cable. So again, all I got to do is plug this into the board, and now I got power to the board. Let me take my extension cord here, plug it in. Okay, and now I've got power on the breadboard, right? This is hot. This is active. Okay, does that make sense to everybody? Jason, thanks for the gift memberships, man. That is awesome. We got Kyle, KC9IMA, William, KJ5FTT, KE9CKM, Guy, and Ken, all receiving a guest membership. Hey, I appreciate that. Thanks, buddy. It's nice to see people out there in green. I love to see that. All right, let's see. I need a Frank. Yeah, I do need a Frank. Hey, you probably heard from Frank as well, right? He made it to his port. So I think he's off and rolling, so he should be in good shape. Paul gifted as well. Did I miss one? Holy smokes, I did. Prep Ham Paul with 10. Holy smokes. Look at that. I'm sorry, guys. I'm not going to read all those. You guys know who you are. We can all see you in the chat. That is awesome. I appreciate that. Thank you. You guys rock. All right. All right, so we got power on the breadboard. I got to get power back to this guy. I'm going to have to steal my overhead. That's okay, because we're going to move to the IDE next, right? So let's jump back to the IDE and see if we can figure out now how to get serial data from that UART in, from that GPS, so that we can see it. All right, I'm going to plug this back in. Now I think I'm going to go to the serial port. And this thing will probably start spitting stuff out again. Hey, Sean, welcome. Good to see you out there. Paul, I didn't even see you sneak in before. You didn't, I'm scrolling back. You didn't say a word. You just came in and boom, just dropped the hammer. That's pretty sneaky, buddy. Appreciate both you and Jason hooking up a bunch of folks with memberships. That's awesome. You are wily. Sneaky. All right, let's see here. I'm curious. So I just put power to that again. I'm curious if oh yeah, see, it's off and running. So Bill, that is doing what we expect it to do, right? This is just dropping it out there every second. So that's good. That's what I would hope to see. Okay, once you flash that out there, whenever you reboot that thing or power that thing, repower that thing, it should just start running that code again, and it does. That's good. All right. Now, what I want to see is, can we find let's see, I'm going to go to, I'm looking for the next course that talks about bringing data in. So we learned how to flash the device. That's what this one is all about. Let's see if I can find, here we go. Let's see, wireless display. Let's see if they have GPS as a specific thing. It might just be, I mean, it's a sensor. Let's see if it's in the list. I'm just looking to see if they have. I've seen it elsewhere. I've seen it in some other, I've seen some examples, but I would love to stay within this Elecrow courseware if they've got it. Let's see here. Let's see. Okay. Oh yeah, I was going to check and see what the temperature is here before we got distracted here. Let's see, where are we at? Let's see. 32. We're right at 32 here in Springtown. They've got us with 11 inches of snow tomorrow. That's crazy. That's crazy talk. Jason, did you see what they got for you over in Grapevine? I'm going to take a peek here. Grapevine tomorrow, 8 inches of snow, followed by 5 inches on Sunday. So you're going to get a whopping 13. Let's see what I'm going to get here. I didn't see what my Sunday So, and then I've got almost, yeah, so I've got 11 on Saturday and 4 more on Sunday now. It's crazy. You're not going to get any down there. You don't think it's going to be that bad, Paul? I hope not. I hope not. We're right at 32. I mean, they're saying what, like 9 degrees out here, Springtown way, right? We're out a little bit of ways from the city, so it usually gets a little bit colder out here. We don't have all the concrete to hold in all the heat. But yeah, they're saying 9 degrees with a wind chill that gets you into the -2s, which is just stupid. That's just silliness. I mean, we're in Texas, for crying out loud. Yeah, -2. And that's, you know, that's for like 4 hours. That's 4 daylight hours Monday morning. That's nuts. You'll have freezing temps, but no ice. Yeah, I'm glad. I'm glad you're not going to have any ice. Yeah, I hope it does stay up there. That would be, it can all stay north as far as I'm concerned. All right, let's see here. Oh. Okay. I was wondering, whenever I put power to this through the breadboard, so I was powering up the GPS, and there's another LED on the Crow panel that was just flashing like crazy. So it looked like it was receiving serial when I did that. My benchtop power supply, though, turned itself off because there was no draw on it. So I'm going to hold on just a second. I'm going to punch the button on that again. All right, so I punched the button on it. Let's see if we start. Oh yeah, there it is. So now here's the thing I can't show you guys, which kind of sucks because I had to steal that. I believe that is receiving GPS signal right now because we're seeing all the activity on that. I want to see what that looks like though. So I got to figure out what I've got to, you know what, let's look. Are we going to be able to just see that? In the terminal itself. I'm not sure if you will or not. I'm thinking we're going to have something. So this thing is just continuing to spit out hello world every second. Yeah, I think we're going to have to get some little snippet of code to be able to display. They call it a sentence, right? Let's see. Let's get back over here. And I'm staying in that CrowPanel site. And I'm just going to put GPS. And let's see. Neo 6M. And we'll see if they have anything specific to that to that. Just looking through here. You see there's lots of entries here, but I really want something that's using that that specific chip if possible. But they're not showing anything with that. Okay, so we'll take that out. Okay. Just looking for maybe a piece of sample code or a specific outline of how to read that GPS sentence. Hey, Tim, welcome. Thanks for popping in. Let's see. So it is in the sensor group. Or did I? Oh, yeah, no. I don't think that's where I thought it was. Let's try that again. I think I have to pick one of these off here. Let's see. All right, let's do it this way. Crowbits, Crowtail. Hey, so they've got their own GPS. I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, see, it uses the same U-blocks. Now, this is the 4M, which is very similar. So we may be able, let's see. Oh, I bet you we'll be able to use this. Oh, yeah, we'll be able to use this. Let's see. Okay, so they're saying the U-Block 6 is the older version, so the 4 is a newer version. Okay, I'll buy that. Features 22 tracking, 66 acquisition channel GPS receiver. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Input range, it's the same. I looked up the data sheet on the one I have, the 6M, and it can operate at either 3.3 or 5 volts. U-Blocks version, go with a higher, or actually lower baud rate. That's interesting. But it's, well, if the default's 96, then that's no big deal. Supports the U-Block 6 protocols. Beautiful. Low power consumption. Okay, good, good. Print the GPS data with the serial port. Yes, please. This example simply prints the output of the frames received to the serial port of an Arduino. First, connect the receive to the UART transmit. Second, upload the following demo code to Arduino or CrowPanel. So, is this exactly the same? I'll bet it is. I'll bet it is. We're going to try it. I mean, what can we do? Brick it? What really can we do to the thing? All right, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to bring it into our IDE. All right. Let's get rid of the old code. Let's drop in the new code. And let's see if it'll compile without any errors. Let's see if there's any issues. Aha, we got issues. Okay, what's the problem? Compilation terminated, exit status 1. SoftwareSerial H has no such file or directory. Okay, so there's an include here. Okay, so it's looking for an external piece of code to include into the build. Okay, let's see here. Oh, wait a second. That's exactly what I was looking for before. What is that code? I'm not sure what that is. All right, let's see what you guys are chatting about here. Let's see. You're going to do some NVIS tomorrow evening. Paul, 73-foot sloper up. You get. Ready as you're going to get. Well, if you're going to try, Paul, if you're going to try to do NVIS, I've got a hand cut 40-meter NVIS wire dipole. It's a dipole that I set up in a inverted V pattern. So I'll try that and see if I can get you. What time, Paul? Drop in there. What time you're going to try to make that happen, and I'll try to be on the air at the same time and see if I can get you. It'd be nice to see if we can get Mike and Jason as well. All right, let's see here. I'm curious, how many people do we have playing along here? 32 people still hanging out. I'm pretty impressed. We haven't completely put everybody to sleep here, or maybe they fell asleep and that's why they're still here. That could be too. All right, so let's see what's so let's see what it's doing with this include. SoftwareSerial Shield is connected. So at 96 N81, the computer is connected to an Arduino. See, this isn't really, I guess, it's an ESP32. That's just, you know, it should be able to run this. I think the whole problem here is defining where this include happens. It doesn't know where to grab that from. That isn't here in the code, is it? I understand the concept. but I don't understand how it works. So let's see. Oh, wait. Yeah, let's see what this is all about. I've never done anything like that here, so let's see how it works. All right, so yeah, it's just trying to include a library. But where is it referencing that? That's what I want to see. All right, let's do a more generic. All right, so what I'm asking it here is when trying to include a library in the Arduino sketch, where do you put the library code? Okay. So libraries are collections of code for extra functionality. Yep, we get that. Using the library manager. Okay, that sounds good. Do one of the following. In the menu bar, select Tools, Manage Libraries. Okay. Filter the available libraries by typing something like the name. Find the library in the search. Find the library you want to install. Okay. Wait for the installation to complete. Okay, that sounds reasonable. So, we're going to go into Tools, Manage Libraries. We're going to search for SoftwareSerial. ESP-SoftwareSerial. It should just be SoftwareSerial. It should be exactly the same name, I would expect. Let's see, type. Topic. It doesn't help. I just want SoftwareSerial. I don't want all the some serial. No. I don't want all these other options. Let me get back to the top of the list. We had a couple of here that were close. We'll see what they say. Okay, SoftwareSerial TX, SoftwareSerial implementation only for transmitting data. It's not what we want. Some serial streams util, TX only, universal debug, Vega. I don't see it. Let's see. Let's try that again. See if that. Okay, what if you don't see what you're looking for? Go to the directory where you have downloaded the zip file, extract the zip file, select the main folder, and move it to the libraries folder inside the sketchbook. Oh, okay. Some libraries don't come with examples. Okay. All right, so that makes sense. I just looked at the documentation there again because I don't see exactly what we're looking for. However, I'm going to get rid of this. And I'm going to manually drop down here and look. I know when I was doing some other searching for some other things, I didn't really like the search feature. It didn't seem to pull all instances. So I'm going to look manually here. Boy, there's a lot of ST stuff. Let's get... All right, let's see. Yeah, this stuff doesn't appear to be... I mean, I'm not even seeing some of the stuff that it showed me before. Oh, this is weird. I guess it's case sensitive as well. All right, that doesn't seem very helpful. All right, I'm just trying to make sure that there isn't another name for this, or if it's just not finding it in the search. So I'm just searching for in a couple of different ways. Let me see here. I see your note there, Eric. If you have hardware UARTs, you can use regular serial. Yeah, I was just, I don't see, well, here's a Bluetooth BLE serial. Maybe let's try. Let's try something like that. You know what? Let me try something else. What do we got here? A library for communicating with U-Blox GPS receivers. How about that? However, the problem is this sketch is written for SoftwareSerial, and I don't want to rewrite. I don't know if all the functions are going to be the same. I don't want to rewrite all the functions. I mean, there's lots of other libraries here. What I might want to look for, let's go back. What I might want to look for here is a different. So that was the Crowtail GPS. Let me just do a search for U-Blox. Okay, here we go. GPS Shield is based on the U-Blox Neo 6M receiver module. That's the exact receiver module I'm using. So that's good. Footprint is compatible. Okay, regular GPS pins, receive, transmit, can be connected. Support SoftwareSerial, micro SD card interface. 3.3, let's see, standard Shield interface, micro SD. Is there some code? There is. Okay, print the GPS data with serial port. Beautiful. Oh, look, there it is again. there it is again. All right, so the other way we can do this is, where'd it go? SoftwareSerial, here it is. Let's see. Can I download this? See, what's weird is this is, well, seems like a really popular library. I would think it would be built in. Is there a place here where I can download it? Yeah, it's not in there, but where is it that I can download it? That's what I see. These are built-in libraries for a different board, obviously. Let's see here. What's my board type? ESP32 S3. What library to access a Neo 6M GPS data stream using a ESP32 S3. You can use the TinyGS Plus library, which helps in parsing GPS data. Additionally, ensure you have hardware serial. Okay. TinyGS Plus. Hardware serial, software serial. Example code snippet. Okay. Well, let's see. I don't know if that means those are built in, but let's try it. What do we have to lose? Right? Okay. This is a much simpler piece of code. I just want to see if we can get some data streaming in from this thing. Let's close that. I don't know if these are included by default. We're just going to try to brute force it. Okay. It's not. No such file or directory. Okay. So let's see now if we've got TinyGS Plus. Hey, here we go. Right here, TinyGS Plus. We're going to install. We'll look for hardware serial as well. Get rid of that. Still indexing. Let me see what you guys are chatting about while this is installing. Let's see. How you doing, Jody? Good to see you out there. Yeah. Again, I'm just trying to use the sample code. I don't know if all the methods are the same. We'll see what happens. But you're probably right. I saw that tiny GPS plus ESP32 there as well. This guy doesn't 0.002. That's pretty new stuff. So who knows? Maybe this will work. Let's see here. While we're here, let's go ahead and look for SoftwareSerial. That one may be included. I don't know. Let's see what happens. Let's just try to compile it. See what happens here. It's trying to build it. Trying to build it. Hey, it didn't error out. So now let's push it to the device. We may be on to something. Now, the other thing is, am I going to see a GPS satellite in my tin roof house, my metal roof house here? Oh boy, here we go. Let's see. I'm going to, I forgot about that. Okay, yep. So I'm going to move over to my OTG port. I'm in the OTG lane here. Port 28. Tools. Am I still in OTG? I am. All right, let's clear all these errors. Let's push again. Is it on pin? It's on 43 and 44, Eric. All right, now it's pushing. Let's let it finish. Okay. That appears to have finished. Oh, the code says 16 and 7. Sure does. Let's see. RX. Let's see. So we're going to go 44, 43. So it went RX first, or we're going to do 43, 44. If it doesn't work, we'll swap them. I'm not quite sure if it's expecting, is that the local receive transmit or the remote receive transmit, if that makes any sense. I'm going to go ahead and push it again. Local. So it's going to be the other way around. So I'm going to guess this isn't going to work. I have to disconnect it anyhow. All right, I got to disconnect it anyhow. Let me go ahead and swap these then. If it's the local. Oh, that's interesting. Oh yeah, I still need it for that. All right, let me just verify this all looks right. COM 28, that looks good. Let's go ahead and push. It's not connecting. Why aren't you connecting? Failed upload. Didn't connect. All right, why didn't you connect? Let's see. Let's do this first. So this can get power through that UART connection, and it actually was getting power through the UART connection. So whenever I was trying to reset it, it wasn't actually resetting. I pulled the power through the USB from the USB cable, but it was still getting power through the UART connection. I think that was the issue. So let's try to push it again. Still not connecting. Why isn't that connecting? Let's look here at the definition. Did I goof something up? COM 28. That's what I want. ESP, that's what I want. COM 28, that's what I want. And this should still say UART. Or I'm sorry, OTG. That's correct. So why all of a sudden will this not connect? Let's try it again. Okay, I've got it disconnected. Give it just a second. Drop the COM port. That's what I would expect. Okay, I plug the COM port back, or the USB cable back in. It recognizes it. It's 28. Okay. Thing's still running. All right. Compilation error. What'd I do? That looks right. Compilation error. Why is it compiling wrong? Let's see. Wait, just boom, boom, immediately. I'm just going to restart the IDE. Is it going to compile? Oh, I still have to select the board. Okay, fair enough. Let me go ahead and select the board. Let me verify the configuration. ESP. ESP32 S3, that's the one. Port 28, that's the one. Upload mode OTG. compile. Oh, that's not good. Thanks for the heads up on that. Let's see, maybe if let me bounce between two different screens. Let me reload that. Hold on just 1 second. 1 second, please. Well, that surely didn't do it. Let's try. There it is. Oh no, that didn't do it. Let me see. It compiled that time. That doesn't do me any good if you guys can't see it. Why is it not updating? Let me see. Let me switch this to a different view. There we go. Now you guys can see. Okay, so all I did was just reloaded the IDE, reset these settings, and then it compiled. So that's good. Now let's see if it'll push to the device. There we go. It's pushing to the device. Yeehaw. Okay. Appears to have finished. Let's see if we see anything on the serial monitor. Oh, I've got to move to the serial port. Here, let me do this. I got to power up the GPS. Move to the serial port. So I don't appear to be getting anything out here. Let me just plug that back in. I guess I could have tried to hit that reset too. I got to remember that that's there. I got the light on this thing just flashing away like crazy, but nothing coming through on the serial monitor. Let's see what else here. Oh wait, my serial. Use UART2. I'm not using UART2. Hardware serial. Let's make that UART0. Okay. All the other configuration pieces look fine, so let's try. I'm going to have to go back to the OTG port. And let's try to compile it again. Oh, it's using the wrong COM port. Try it again. All right, come on now. So it built. Push it. There it goes. Okay. Let me move the cable over to the UART port. Nothing. Nada, 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 nada. Okay. UART 0. Maybe these are the wrong way. Let's try that. Let me go back. Push it. Trial and error. I have to look at this hardware serial and see if this what the valid options are here. Okay, that's complete. Let me move this back over. Nothing. Let's look at this. God, I want to see that helper. There we go. Okay, unsigned long baud. Serial config. N81 or 8N1. Okay. Int 8T receive pin. What's that equal -1 mean? Transmit pin, receive pin, Boolean, invert, unsigned, long timeout. Okay, I don't see anything there. Let's see what. Use UART, class hardware serial, use UART 0. UART 0. So the way these are labeled on this device, you've got UART 0 in as one option. You've got UART 1, and then you just have straight up UART 0. It seems a little odd that those are, and here's what I'm looking at. Let me show you guys. Right here. So I've got UART 0 in and UART 0. So this is the port I am using to flash the device. And in the other example, I would move this cable from USB OTG mode to UART 0, and that's where I would see the serial output. The GPS is connecting to the device through this UART 0 in. So I guess that's UART 0 out, UART 0 in, and then here's the UART 1. And here you can see the port definitions, right? IO43, IO44. On an ESP32, hardware serial is reserved for the USB serial console, though you can repurpose it 1 and 2 of the normal ports to connect externally. Okay. SoftwareSerial. Let's see here. So if we get back to this, we're not using SoftwareSerial, right? We've got hardware serial. So this could be, let's see, on ESP32, 0 is the serial console. Okay, so we're going to say 1. And then receive is 44. 43. Okay. Let me go back to 28 to push it. Let's see what we get. Oh, you guys got the wrong screen here. Sorry about that. That's the screen you want. Okay. So that did fine. Now I need to move this over to that serial 0. Change this to 27 and see if we see anything here. Still get a fluttering. Now I wonder if I'm not picking anything up at all. Let's see what this does. While my serial is available, GPS encode my serial read. GPS location is updated, print. So if it can't, if it's not receiving anything, it's not going to do anything. I still see an activity light that I don't get when I don't have the GPS connected. Or I'll show you guys what I'm talking about. So there's an LED that's next to power whenever you've got any type of power to it, and it's solid. And then right above that is this charge. I guess it's charge, CHG, maybe it's multi-purpose, multi-use. That thing flickers often, you know, it flickers red and then occasionally flicker green. And I was hoping that might mean there's some activity, because I don't see anything. That does not flicker at all if the GPS is not connected. Only flickers when I've got something connected to that UART in. Let's see. So still assuming, let's see if we can get, let's see if we can get some sort of clarification here. Want to see if I look at this example in the code example here. What are they? How are they accessing it? So they're using SoftwareSerial. I don't see anything. Is that all happening behind the scenes? How does it know? SoftwareSerial 6.7. Buffer array for data receive over the serial port. We're just not even seeing anything there. How does this know what? How does this know what port it's looking at? Okay, this is the speed and the configuration of the serial connection. I guess it's got to be something with this 6.7. I don't see how it knows. Okay, wait, what's this? Oh, that's just working the array. All right, let's see. When you have a Neo 6M connected to the serial, to the UART, 0 in port of the CrowPanel 3.5 Advance, or I guess it's Advance 3.5. What UART ports do you reference? What's the name of our using SoftwareSerial? Using library SoftwareSerial. When using the Neo 6M connected to UART 0 port, you would reference it as SoftwareSerial serial GPS 0. This allows you to communicate with the GPS module through the specified UART port. Interesting. SoftwareSerial serial GPS 0. Serial begin. Okay, let's try that one. Let's try that. Let's see, my serial 1, SoftwareSerial. Let's just make this. Serial GPS 0. Huh. So serial begin, serial GPS begin. We're going to do just serial GPS 0. Actually, I shouldn't have to change that at all, should I? I shouldn't have to change that at all. I don't have to change that at all. The question here is, does this have to be here or not? I'm thinking if it knows what that UART is, it doesn't need that. So we were doing it at 0 before. The only thing that's different here is that we took out the definition of the serial communication. Let's make sure it compiles. Okay, looks like it compiles okay. Let's see. That'll teach you, Ted. That'll teach you. Time Man, welcome. Thanks for stopping in. Serial begin always refers to UART serial, or so that's the first one. Okay. Then you're immediately recording UART serial for another, recording for another purpose. That might just not work. You may need to use a separate UART. I hear what you're saying, Jody. I mean, if we look at this example here, it's doing exactly the same thing, right? It's doing exactly the same thing because it's calling 0. If serial begin is 0, this is doing the exact same thing as well, which, I mean, we've got 2 examples of it doing that. Not saying they're both right, but it's interesting. We got 2 examples from 2 independent sources that are doing that in the same manner. I'm in the wrong port. Cancel. Burn it, baby, burn it. It was right where I didn't remember carefully placing it so I could find it again. Ugh, happens to me all the time. Okay. There it goes. Yes, but when you reuse UART 0 for the GPS, your ability to see any activity on the serial console is killed. Okay, I can buy that. Just trying to think how. Well, let's see if this did anything for us. Probably not. Let's see if I still get some blinky blinky. No blinky blinky yet. Make sure I didn't bump something. It's always a possibility. So I follow you. I follow what you're saying, Jody. But I'm trying to think. Okay, I've got another UART, but how do I get that into the PC? Right, this one's convenient because it's on a USB. To test this theory, you could blink an LED on the board whenever UART 0 receives data from the GPS. When in run mode, then you know that much is working. Well, the other thing too, I'm going by what I think is an activity light here. Well, let's see, CHG. Let's see what we can learn about this CHG LED. When I connect the GPS module to UART 0, the CHG LED on the CrowPanel flickers red and green. What does it mean? What does it mean? Oh, come on, don't you dare. Nope. You dirty dog. You dirty dog. All right, so let's see. Well, I don't want to go to Gmail. What the heck am I doing? I want to go to Google. I want to ask the question here. So when I connect a GPS module to UART0, the CHG LED on the CrowPanel Advance 3.5 flickers red and green. What does it mean? Do you know? On the CrowPanel Advance, a flickering red and green LED typically indicates a power or battery fault. Oh, well, maybe I'm reading that completely wrong then. The specific behavior when connecting a GPS usually means insufficient power. Okay. Battery charging error. So we don't have battery charging. Let's see. UART0 is the default interface for power and programming. Adding a GPS module may be drawing more current than is onboard power management can handle. To an output slightly overloaded status. Red-green flickering. A resource conflict. This is, I think, what Jody was talking about. On the CrowPanel is often shared with the USB to UART bridge. Connecting a GPS to these same pins can cause electrical interference or a short. Let's see, use a different UART port. Use UART1 or UART2. Okay, so that's the only UART in. The others, well, maybe that's not the case either. Let's see. Yeah, see, this is UART out. That's serial out. This is the only in that we've got, so we have to use that. Got to use that. Sometimes the reason for the 2 USB ports is so that additional power can be added to the project. I read that last night. Yeah, so I've got power that's coming in on the USB-C, and I've got power that's coming in, right? So I've got power coming in here, but I also have power coming in here. I'm bringing in 5 volts here. Well, I say I'm bringing in 5 volts, but I've got 6 feet of, I've got 6 feet of zip cord here, right? My extension cord. I wonder if I'm getting losses in there and I don't actually have 5 volts. I can check that pretty easily though. Maybe I don't have enough power. Maybe I'm not getting 5 volts. Do the in and out labels in the UART connectors really mean anything? Yeah, I don't know. On this device, I just don't know. Might have to, all right, let's find out here. Let me grab a screwdriver. You go ahead and pop the power off these real quick. I'm going to pull the case on this and see. I can't remember if there's anything silk screened. Oh, actually, let me see if I took a picture of it at one point. I think I did. Might save me from taken it apart, or I sure did. Okay, so UART1 only looks to be 3.3 volts. You got a receive pin, you got a transmit pin, you have a 3.3 volt pin, and a ground pin. That's what they're showing there. The I2C has a ground of 3.3 volt. And the UART0N has a ground of 5 volt and a transmit receive. So that's the difference there. It looks like the other serial connectors can only take 3.3 volts. So that's not good. So this may be a case where I just have to do a bunch more digging. Let me see here. Did I save? I'm taking a quick look here to see if I saved a bookmark. No, I don't think I did. Or I didn't do it on my phone. I might have done it on another machine. Let's see. Yeah, so I'm thinking I'm going to have to dive into some of this documentation some more. And there are a ton of these crow tails. Let's see, sensors, wireless, display, keyboard, services, accessories. What's in this? Tutorials. GUI. Pictures. GUI stuff. Progress bars. You got anything in here? No hits on GPS. Lesson code. Let's see. Back to where I was. Okay, so this was in tutorials. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to just do some digging here and figure out. I mean, I've seen some projects where they're doing something similar to this. So I can reference those. But we may have hit the wall for tonight. Let's see, Jody, I tuned in 2.5 hours to the stream, so probably missed all the info needed to solve the mystery. Yeah, I mean, I think, certainly it's, a device I'm just getting familiar with, and getting familiar with using the Arduino IDE, and it's drinking from the fire hose right now, trying to figure out how all these things work at the same time. I've got several points of reference that I can draw from to try to get to the right answer, but sometimes that's not enough. You just have to you have to do that 4-letter word. You got to read. And I think that might be where I'm at. I've got some reading to do. But the good news is it's going to be like North Texas is going to be frozen for the next few days, so I'm not going to have much to do but play and read. So I think we'll probably put a pin in this for tonight. I think we tortured everybody long enough. I appreciate everybody playing along here. Let's see, do we still have more than like 3 or 4 people paying attention? We got 22. So we're right on the edge here. I'm going to move this aside so I don't break something. But the good news is I learned a lot of stuff tonight in the tinkering that we did. So I'm very happy about that. Let's see here. Checking 12:38. Let's see what the weather looks like. Yes, reading weather for sure. I got some learning to do. I'm excited about that. So we dropped below freezing. Just barely. It's 31 degrees. Let's see what's cooking here. So 31 degrees, 25-mile-an-hour wind out of the north. So that's not good. Feels like 20. Let's see. I'm getting tired of issues with my T1000E. It's not hearing the same packets as my other node. Oh, that's interesting. Since I've been playing around with the MQTT server, I've been playing primarily with ESP32 based Meshtastic nodes. I've set my T1000E on the shelf for a bit. I even took that ESP32, and it was a T-Beam Supreme, a LilyGo product. That's what I've been carrying. I took it to the Cowtown, and I've been, kind of dragging it along. The thing I've been frustrated with, and I'm curious if anybody else is dealing with this, I'm getting tired of the disconnects. So I don't know what happened. And maybe it's related to the MQTT server. Maybe I need to turn that off. I think I will turn that off over the next couple of days. I mean, I'm going to leave it up and running. I'm just going to disconnect my node from it. But, I'd say for the last week or so, my machine will, or my phone will disconnect from the node, and it will not reconnect to the node unless I kill Meshtastic. I have to physically go in and do a force stop on the app, reload the app, and it just connects like that. but it will not reconnect on its own. And it's been like dozens of times. Anytime it loses the connection for whatever reason, right? It loses that Bluetooth connection. It will not connect back. Now, all the other stuff, I've got, I don't know if you guys have ever seen these. Are they Philips? I think they're Philips. I've got a couple, Bluetooth spotlights in various places in the house. And I bought them kind of on a whim. And I bought them several years ago. These are like probably the best LED lights I've ever bought. You know how they always say that they're good for 10 years and they're like good for like a year if you're lucky. But these are LED lights, LED bulbs that go into a recessed lighting fixture, and they've got a built-in Bluetooth speaker in them. And those things must have fantastic radios in them, because it will annoyingly connect to those speaker bulbs at the most inopportune time. And, you know, even when my Meshtastic goes bonkers, those things continue to connect. And I don't have connection issues with any other Bluetooth devices. It just seems to be that Meshtastic Bluetooth connection to that node. I don't know if anybody else is experiencing anything like that, but it's driving me bananas. Wow, partial conversation. So, well, I guess, okay. Apparently the radio on the T1000E is not capable of receiving packets from certain radios. That there is an old radio, Eric. It's a early revision of the T-Beam, not the T-Beam Supreme, the original T-Beam with the antenna connection on the side. One of the early revisions of that board, the T1000E, will not receive from that device. That is a fact. Let's see. Wild Radios says, makes me really appreciate how easy my tiny card pewter EDV has been to use with its loader. I'm not familiar with what that device is. Sounds interesting, though. The Neo 6M is a 3.3 device. What I read on the data sheet, I thought it was a 5 volt, a 5.5. Let's see. Let's see. I'm curious here. I know which one it is. This guy. It goes, so 3 to 5 volts. Okay. Yeah, this is the guy right here. That's the one. How much is this sucker today? Yeah, $9. KY4TRK, good night, buddy. Thanks for hanging out for as long as you did. You did pretty good. It is 1:45 here in Texas. Let's see, I have a solar node outside and the messages have plenty of hops left. I don't get it. An M5 stack device. I'll have to look that up, Wild Radio. Yeah, enjoy winter field day. Stay warm out there. Stay safe. Stay away from that frostbite. Now this thing here, if I'm not mistaken, if I recall, this right here is an LED that is supposed to light when you're actually receiving something. Do I remember that right? Let me see. Let's see. Do they show? They don't show anything on here. I thought I remember reading that. I'd forgotten it, but I just remembered it looking at that picture. Let's see. I did not see any activity on that. So let's see, more product details. Let's see, customers find the GPS module easy to use, good value, compatibility with lots of stuff, works with the V3. Let's see, I was trying to see if someone said something here about the light. Yeah, right there. Right there. That's got that little light on it. Yeah. So I don't think I was receiving anything either, which I'm not surprised. Like I said, I'm in a metal roof. I've got it right over my head. I think what I'll do too is I think I'll take it out and see if I can get that light to light, right? Get it powered up, see if I can get that light to light. That'd let me know what it looks like when it's receiving. But I mean, that's the other thing is, if I'm not receiving anything, is anything going to happen? I don't think anything's going to happen in that serial connect or in that serial monitor. Oh, let's see. It works like a charm. For those of you who think the board is a dud and nothing seems to be happening, like not even an LED blinking, it takes a couple of minutes when you first fire it up to start getting a hold of the satellites. Yep, that's normal. Make sure you put the device near a window. There's also an onboard battery, which likely is flat on arrival. It needs a couple hours of continuous activity to get it charged. Does that have a charging circuit? Don't give up. It's a very nice little module with a lot of great uses. I hooked mine with a something or other, GPS and Wi-Fi. Add a battery and you've got yourself a nifty tracker. I'm trying to see. So, Joe, do you think if it's getting power that the light's going to light, huh? I thought it only showed the light if it had a lock. Thought I had seen a, maybe that's just a general, let's see. Let's just see. Let's see. See, this is a little different configuration, but let's see. Where's that going? Does it want me to make a decision there first? I don't think that's downloading. I don't think that's going anywhere. I want to try to find a data sheet for it. Maybe you've already got one. Maybe that's what you're looking at. These all have the same part number, but I wonder if they're actually the same part. Let's see what else I find here real quick. Okay, that looks like our guy right there. Okay. Popular receiver. U-blocks. Highly sensitive. Power consumption interfaces. Communicates via UART. Configurable baud range. Default rate. Both 3, 3, and 5 logic. Good start time, 30 seconds. I'm just looking for something. Okay, here. Oh, it's doesn't say anything about those lights. Let's see. That's true. Actual LED behavior isn't really from the Neo, but from the breakout board. Yeah. Yep. I thought I had seen that somewhere. Let me look one more time here. Ceramic antenna with data backup battery with LED signal indicator. Maybe that's what I had stuck in my head. Maybe I just thought I knew what that meant. Let's see. I don't know what in the heck this is. Display style touchscreen. What in the heck are they talking about? Product description. Yeah, I think what I'll do is I'll put power to it, take it outside, get some clear sky, and see if I can light the light. That would be interesting to see. Let me see if I can see if anybody. Oh, I don't want to do that. I just wanted to search the comments. Doesn't pop up anywhere. All right, let's see. Yeah, so 3 or 5 volts is fine. Everybody's using the SoftwareSerial with it. Oh, I had to reflow. Mine looked pretty good. I don't see any issues with any of the solder. Couldn't get it to lock. Tried using an Arduino. Yeah, it'll be something to keep digging into. Uno R4 has SoftwareSerial available. ESPSoftwareSerial. You think that's it? Well, that's not what I want. This is what I want. So you think ESPSoftwareSerial? Okay, let's give it a try. Now, let me find that. Where in the heck was that? Let's see. What did... See if I can find... Just looking for, trying to find something within the Elecrow environment that uses that. I think that one, it's in... I had that one example. Let's see. That's pretty basic. I thought we were using something a little, maybe not. Maybe this was it. Oh no, that wasn't. Yeah, it might have. No, it wasn't. It wasn't. It wasn't. I'm just trying to see if I can find that original code snippet that I was trying to use. Okay, here it is. Yeah, this is it. Okay, let's try this. All right, so I guess, let's see. Make this 44 and 43. Is this the code you were referring to, Eric? Buffer. I'm assuming these are the SoftwareSerial. I'm assuming those are the pins. Let me bring this back over. Get that plugged back in. I still wasn't getting a GPS. Wasn't getting that light on the GPS, so that bothers me. Let me see what this power supply says. Read the comments at the top. Let's see. Computer is connected to the Arduino. SoftwareSerial Shield is connected to the software UART D2 and D3. What is that? Baud rate, serial port of the Arduino. All right, that stopped flickering around. Let me get some power to that. Let's see here. Let's see if this will compile. Okay, gonna compile. Let's go ahead and push it. Well, I didn't check this. Yeah, that looks like it might be right. Let's see here. This may not have been right. Looks like it's right now, though. Just to double check these. COM28, ESP2, S3. Make sure this is still on. Yeah. Let's send it. Okay. Come over to the serial side. Hey, looky there. Got stuff. So I'm guessing that, you know, this is all, I mean, this is coming from that device, which is awesome. I'm not getting any satellites in here, but at least I'm getting output, which is awesome. Sorry, Eric, I missed it, man. Too many things to juggle. Good call. You nailed it. Well, geez, now it's now what was a partial, what made me partially happy makes me completely happy. This is awesome. Yeah, this will be good to get this by a window and see if I can start pulling some actual data. Yeah, that's the problem I've got is I'm so far away from a window. And I think what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to load this IDE on a laptop. I'll load it on my laptop so I can take it outside. I'm going to have a different power supply as well. But then I'll be able to get a lock. I can't get close enough to that window from here, I don't think, to get a lock. Yeah, could use a GPS repeater. You know what? That's a good call. I'm going to probably, I want to pick one of those up. Where's my note card? Here it is. Now, do you think, I'm curious, right, if we go back to the code here, I wonder, did this matter? Did we just get that right, or does that not matter in this soft serial? I'm not sure about that. Yeah, that's what I'm going to try. Tim's getting so much done. You're getting a lot more done than we're getting done. All right. So let me before, right? This is completely wrong. Well, let me just swap them. Let's see what that does. Let's see what this does. Go Home Depot. All right, change the transmit and the receive. I'm assuming that's what that is. Oh crap, I always forget to do this, don't I? Try again. Okay, that's a good sign. Let it finish the upload. Done uploading. Sweet. Let's move it over. Let's change the port. Let's look at the monitor. Let me clear the monitor. Looks like it matters. I'm going to hit the reset. Looks like it matters. So it looks like we gibberish there. That happened when I hit the reset button. Okay. Let's move the cable. Push it back. Okay, uploaded. Done uploaded. Go to the serial monitor. Move the cable over. Change the address and boom. Yep. There it is. Cool. Just so I don't forget to save it. I'm going to do it reloaded. That's interesting. Give me back my monitor. There we go. I worked hard to see this. We want to see it. All right. Well, there it is. Thank you, chat. Thank you, Eric. That is awesome. Jody, thanks for the help. Made a little bit of progress tonight. That's awesome. Yeah, I'll see if I can actually get some actual position data tomorrow. If I'm successful, I'll post something on the channel. Looks like I'm having a little bit of a throughput issue here, according to YouTube. But I'm super pleased, super happy that we got this far. Yeah, thanks, Bob. It's to the credit of everybody here on the chat. So, and that's the way, that's the way these things go sometimes. You can sit there and bang your head alone for a long, long time. Not that we didn't bang our head for a while, but the power of the chat. Hey, Wild Radio. Thanks for sticking around. I know you're West Coast there, so a little bit earlier for you, but still getting late. So I appreciate it. Thanks for being out there. Again, Eric and Jody, thanks for all the help. I'll have to let those boys who fell asleep on us know tomorrow that we made some progress. Tim, hopefully you got some stuff done. Sounds like you've been cranking away there. So thanks for being out there and listening. Still have, we were at 23 just a second ago, and then boom, 18. I aspire to Arduino someday. Today's the day. Today is the day. Get yourself one of these advances. Hit that, we're going to be doing this. I've got a lot of interest in keep plugging along here. So pick up one of these and play along, certainly. I mean, these things aren't that expensive. They're 30 some bucks. Get a few other parts and pieces. Get yourself a breadboard. Those are cheap. You saw how cheap the GPS is. This is a lot of fun for little money. Yeah, well, and that, last week we put the Elecrow, or we put the Meshtastic firmware on this. Tim mentioned it 2 weeks in a row. I think next week we're going to have to try to put the TinyGS firmware on it. Yay, there you go, Bill. Bill, do you see that? We got it. We got it. Look at that. Ooh, did we actually have something real there for a second? Oh, no, not quite. I got to get this thing next to a window, get it outside. Then I'll be excited. But it's doing its thing. That's formatting at least coming from that chip, so I'm assuming it's coming from that chip. It's good stuff, good stuff. Well, hey, everybody, please be smart out there. It's going to get stupid cold in a lot of areas. Just printing the raw data, yeah. But this formatting here, right, this is that raw data. That is the raw data that's coming from the GPS. So that stuff's coming from the GPS. Right, right. No, I think I'm with you there, Eric. Yeah, Bill, I think, there's a lot of capability in this little package for sure, especially when you can add on additional communications capabilities by plugging in some of those wireless boards. So I think that's fun. And, like I said, I broke my case last week, so now I've got to print a case as soon as I get a printer. So I'm going to be tinkering with this for a while, certainly. Probably leave it for a little while, then come back to it so that people don't get just completely bored with the topic. But I'll certainly be doing a couple of more items on here, and maybe I'll be bringing stuff back as I learn more, just to share and not put everybody else through the torture. But hey, I enjoyed tonight. That was a lot of fun. The demo does that menu function. Yes, it does. Yep. Yeah, and it looks like, it's got, there's some tools to create UIs, interfaces for this, which look pretty cool as well. So it's amazing what these little things can do. A lot of fun for sure. But yeah, certainly everybody be smart out there, be safe. If you're heading out for winter field day, don't overdo it, be smart. Get yourself home after a good day. And yeah, I look forward to hearing a little bit about people's adventure next week. We'll certainly touch base on that. So again, thanks for hanging out, everybody. 1:30 Central Texas time. We're just about there. So I think I'm going to shut her down here. Yes, definitely. Come by next Friday. We'll see you on the next one. And until then, guys, 7-3. Appreciate you guys.